Hello. Welcome, everybody. Oh, that properly. Hours. Go. Perfect. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to a special episode of the Office Hours. Don't freak out. Are you listening to me, chat? Do not freak out. All right. Specifically you. That's you. I'm talking about you. Specifically you. Do not freak out. It is Friday, and I currently have a completely ready to go but unbuilt PC. That's right. All of the parts for my PC are here. So welcome to the special episode of the Office Hours. My name is Paul, the Zerker One, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub. Your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. Got a good one for you. Notice I'm not wearing a suit. It's because we're building a PC, and I don't want to get the little tiny bits inside the PC. So I'm wearing a shirt from Galactica's new store called Cyber Society. Actually really good. Good quality. I like it. They got a lot of different designs, all cyberpunk inspired. Thank you, Darsh. You get the rare casual Astro, yeah. Yeah, when I cooked, it was casual as well. In this case, I'm going to be building a PC, so I'm going to have to do some setup on my side. And those. All right, let me show you all the first of all, 9070 XT. I have never used an AMD card before, so I have to figure out how to get this to work. This thing is huge. This is just this sleeve. This is the actual case. And it's fairly hefty, a lot heavier than I thought it was going to be. I forgot that like basically every G has to double as a bludgeoning weapon. I was able to snag it with this. Get me some more, be able to get a good deal. And this was basically, effectively just a slightly downgraded version of the one I already had. Difference in price was about 30 to 40. And I looked at all the statistics and it was, yeah, saving $30 on it all. It's not, which is sort of offsets the fact that I had to pay about $130 higher than the price for the 97. It was like the launch price. And I could get it. This is the
my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Then we've got the tiny details. Not so tiny. The R7 9800 X3D. Western Digital Black. 4 terabyte gaming specifically. Hard drive. M2 hard drive. I asked around about like, 'cause I know sometimes like some drives when they get to certain high like levels, they become more unstable, and so they're more like novelty. I asked around if that had to do with M2, and everyone I talked to about M2 said, nah, there's not really that much different. It's just mostly price. Because, but still, like this is 4 gigabytes hard drive, with like $220, $230 for this. So not bad, because you can get a 1 terabyte for about $100, and 2 terabyte for like 100. Cheaper than getting 2 terabyte. Then I got the odd number at 224 sticks RAM. So it's cheaper when you get the 224, but you get the odd, the non, 8, 16, 24, 32 sort of sequence. And you like legitimately, I saved like $50 to $100, and it's like I'm going to be in a lot of trouble, but a lot of people are in a lot of trouble if suddenly the requirements for RAM for running a gaming PC 64 gigs. 48 ain't bad. And actually, this is the last one. Corsair RM850X power supply. I was very, 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 very surprised. This is an incredibly heavy box. When I say it's an incredibly heavy box, I mean it is incredibly heavy. But half of the weight is just the cables. The cables are heavier than the actual power supply. Oh. And then, just for, because I checked to make sure there isn't thermal paste. Because it's a chunk, very chunky graphics card. I got this graphics card holder, which loosen it up, down, basically pinches the card. It's got little adhesives on the bottom that you can stick it down to. The PSUs were heavy, but I legitimately, the PSU is lighter than the cables. The collection of cables that came with that is heavier than the PSU. Thermal paste should be pre-applied to the CPU cold plate, the one that's on the cooler, because it's not. It could be, and I just didn't see it. But typically, when I bought the coolers in the past, when they had them pre-applied, you can just they had like a little protective case that you pulled off and then put it on there. Not as far as I know. I'll show you real quick. Yeah, I didn't see a little plastic cover on it. I have to use this today anyway, so I'll pull it off. This is the cold plate. It says, please remove this before install, but I don't see any damage already. I don't see any adhesive to it. There's no nothing inside of it that shows that it has go through the parts and it has there. The reason I got this specific model though was because it was cheap. It is cheap and efficient. So. I'll look through the instructions to make sure. Go through it quick.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
It says to to apply
Knowledge Lambo
shows
just resubscribed for 13 months. Witty comment.
it shows to apply there the little thing applying paste. So I'm glad I got the paste. Yeah, because I've had that in the past where I bought paste and then I bought a cooler and it had it already pre-applied and I was like, I'm good. Yep, Gigabyte 850 B850 yeah. It was it's B850 not 550. Yes, welcome to Casual Fridays there, Luna. Now I'm wearing casual attire because I'm going to be building a PC at the end of the stream, and I didn't want to wear a fancy suit while I was building a PC because lots of parts hang off of the suit at times, like the tie, and I don't want to get into that. 9800 X3D, yes. Well, I got it came with a spreader, so let's see. It's a Thermalite TF8. It says to squeeze a line of TF8 by the edge of the contact surface in the bottom cooler, and then use the included scraper to spread the thermal component across the surface. So the reason why I didn't stream yesterday was because I was invited on to the 100th episode of Beyond the Verse podcast, so you can go check that out. And that was happening at like middle of the stream, so I decided just not to stream on Thursday. And then I was gonna do pub and plays today, but then on Thursday, my last part of my computer came in. I was like, people have been asking me to build it on stream, and I'm gonna say this right now. Right? We're watching this after the fact. We're watching this right now. Be prepared. I am going to screw this up. I have never built a PC that I haven't made a major screw up. I am not a professional PC builder. I am not a tech guy. I am one of those people who every 4 years researches and builds a PC because it's genuinely a little cheaper and you also genuinely get a little bit more control over what you're buying unless you buy pre-built. This is honestly the simplest build I've ever made. Like I'm looking in my oldest PC, which is my streaming PC, and there's just cables everywhere, and it's because I have like 6 HDD like drives and like 2 or 3 SSDs, SATA SSDs. And this is like the hard drive is literally built into the motherboard. It literally installed into the motherboard. But I don't have any of those cables. So the only cable is going to be the cooler, really, and then anything going from the cooler to the CPU. And then the power cables from the power cable or from the PSU to the GPU and to the motherboard. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Oh, I guess the CPU needs power too. Directly. Yeah, but that's yeah, it's the motherboard though, right? Every PC builder forgets the rear I/O plate at least once. I uninstalled the cooler for an entire row of chips on the motherboard of the gaming PC I'm on right now, that I have right now. Like the plastic, like the protective area that's like protecting. I think it's a built-in cooler / protection for some of the chipsets inside the motherboard. I uninstalled it because I didn't know what I was doing, and I was like, well, I was trying to like install the CPU and realized I was doing it upside down. And by the time I'd done that, I was like, I need to reinstall this. I basically took apart the motherboard almost entirely, then figured out what I was doing wrong, installed the CPU, and then installed reinstalled all of the parts. The VRAM heatsink, yeah. Yep. It's fine. Like I reinstalled it properly and it's fine. Yes. Luckily I have tiny hands. I have bigger fingers, but I have tiny hands. Motherboard could come with an IO shield built in. It could. Take a look at it. We'll look at it later. We're gonna do a capsule on the space combat editions, just a short one to talking about that, and my conspiracy theory that this is CIG moving towards the using Squadron 42 assets and practice to sort of revamp the combat system for Star Citizen. Did you leave the plastic bit on the thermal paste so it doesn't get all over the heatsink? No. I've got a long way in my PC building though. My very first PC, I bought that stupid static discharger. This is like 2016, 2015. Yeah, the little thing that's on your wrist. I still have it somewhere. But that was in my defense, that was at the turn of when plug and play PCs became the standard. Like only a couple years before that, like, 2010, 2011, was when yeah, I would attach it to the exterior of the attach it to the exterior of the it had a little string with a little like alligator claw clip too. It had the full thing. I attached it to the exterior of the PC case, which wasn't grounded. I have killed several RAM chips with static, yeah. But that's the thing. It's like I was at the turn of where that was recommended to use. From like the point when it was recommended to use to when like nobody uses it anymore, because they had built in a lot of defenses. No dip switches, set your IRQ to channels. Yeah. We're not talking about PC part building. We're building a PC on stream later today. I remember seeing, I looked up heatsink, like I've been trying to be at least somewhat knowledgeable. So when I was starting to plan to build the new PC, I started following a bunch of different channels on YouTube and watching their like shorts and watching videos on like, you know, random things. And so they come up my recommended feed a bunch to like hear them. And so I was using some of their guides to help out, especially with that PSU I bought on the, what was it? I forgot the name of they have a big list of PSUs, like the best PSUs to use and why. And I oh yeah. Like on Wednesday, I realized that I probably needed to get thermal paste. And it's like, I haven't purchased thermal paste in a decade. I have no idea what the new things are. I remembered vaguely from one of the videos that like thermal paste pads were the new thing, where it's just like a pad that was like, you just attach it to one side and pull it off on the other side and it would work as like a thermal paste, but it was just like a pre-made pad. I'd heard of some like thermal grease and a bunch of other things. And you know, those videos like, what if we used it with different things? So I looked up the best thermal paste and it was all sorts of stuff that I didn't give a shit about. And then I actually looked at the details, and the details in terms of like actual temperature differences was nominal. It was like 3 degrees difference. And I was like, that's probably just application. In many cases, I'm going to get differences because of application purposes, but most of them are the same. And at the very bottom, it had Arby's sauce, I want to say, and Burger King dipping sauce as actual like rated thermal paste. I'm like, that's got to be a joke. And I'm like, it's probably a video. Probably somebody did that shit. Apparently the Burger King dipping sauce was cooling the CPU at 75 at full load at 75 degrees. Dijon mustard will work. It'll work, but it won't last 5 years like you'd want normal paste to. Yeah. Yeah, like you got to lap the surface of your CPU and cooler it for perfect flatness. Now, if you want to spend that much money to make thermal grizzly work. No, it'll last you a weekend until you can go buy some real stuff. And hopefully, it won't destroy your PC on the way. Should look into an AM5 CPU contact. What is that? Oh, yes. So here's the thing I've heard about that. I've seen that. I've heard about that. I've also heard that the contact frame for AMD is kind of pointless because of how AMD already builds its, or how AM5 works. I've heard that it's a lot more popular with Intel chips because of how they're built. That Intel contact frames are a lot more Yeah. It's mostly just aesthetics for the AM5, though I do know that some people choose to do them because the latching system for the AM5 is uncomfortably difficult to latch. You know, especially if you're used to building PCs, and everyone who's here who's built a PC knows that you don't fucking force it. My uncle taught me a lot about PC maintenance and building. He was old school, like, IT guy from the dawn of the computer age, like was getting into IT management or IT work for medical software or for medical hardware companies and for medical equipment in the 90s, and then also working with like after that, like in the mid 90s, he jumped over to Silicon Valley. So we're like, 93, 94, and was like head IT for a bunch of different I think he worked for Cisco at one point. Not head IT at Cisco. That sort of high level. And he semi-retired in the early 2000s. When I was a kid, he taught me a lot about PC maintenance, PC work. And he was the one who said, don't fucking force it. Whatever you do, don't fucking force it. But he's your age. Yeah, he's about your age.
Take away my spaceship. You can take away my space.
Darj, you need to send this to Laffy and send this to
take away my space game.
Oh, I gotta reach out. I know somebody I was going to talk to about this before we get started. I'll probably buy it later. We're building the PC. We're not, and we're going to see if it boots. We're not going to do anything crazy with it. Not tonight. I'll do that tomorrow.
The first tasty just resubscribed for 48 months. Lore is the way.
Yeah. You should show it to show it to Stat and show it to Flaffy. Have it used as a training video for new IT employees at CIG. This is how you don't build a PC. Hello, I'm new to Star Citizen, and I found your channel through Star Citizen lore videos on YouTube. Great videos, very informative on the in-game history. Thank you for watching. Here's Yun. You're one of the few people who's made that jump over. It's been happening more often. I have to kind of pitch the fact that I do non-lore content as well. But thank you. Just happens to be here. I'll let you know, and because I'll let everybody know. The next video for the Astro Historian should be out this weekend. It's not going to have nearly as much visuals, or it's going to have a lot of repeating visuals, because it's a primer on the Banu. So it's a 39, almost 40 minute, probably going to be around 42 minutes, video on everything you need to know about the Banu. Absolutely everything we know, down to the most famous Banu that we know of in lore, at least that I was able to find in lore. Like the discoverer of the Tamsa system. And of course, the best Banu of all, Maz Hulan, who is literally on the UEE's most wanted. I think I do a pretty good job for what I have, considering there's a 340-page booklet on the Banu language, which about a third of that booklet is just the Banu culture as it pertains to its language. I wasn't going to sit down and then translate that one-to-one to video, because I I'm awful with languages, so. A Banu wanted by the UEE. I need to know this, man. I'm going to read you his rap sheet. Hold on. Person, thing. Banu. Banu. Okay. He has 18 outstanding warrants with the UEE, including illegal data running, interstellar smuggling of contraband, possession and transportation of banned substances, transportation and sale of stolen data, resisting arrest, espionage, digital larceny, assault and battery of law enforcement, impersonating an advocacy officer, illegal transport of protected species, insurance fraud, drunk and disorderly, and public indecency. On top of that, Maz has suspected of smuggling contraband into the highest security prison ever in the UEE, quarterdeck, and has managed to break into one of the most heavily guarded facilities in the UEE, the famous Bering Laser Labs, to steal top secret information, like above top secret information, and got away with it. Legend, yeah. I listed the rap sheet to my wife, and she was like, I want to know more about that public indecency charge. That'll be the most important one in that. I like that. It's both drunk and disorderly and public indecency. Does he own any big cats or land in Florida? Sure. Find the model number on the outside. Should, right? I know you're looking it up to see if it's compatible, because that's the one thing I've heard is that the B850s are sometimes not compatible with 800. Under my watch, white label. Oh, right here. Yes. Model number would be the big SN number, right? Yeah, I may have to flash the BIOS. I've done it before. It's a pain in the ass, but... Because I have two numbers. I've got the GPN, which I don't know what that is, and then I've got the SN. SN 244-9000007046. Yes, that is SN 244-9000007046. Correct. The fact that this was being being sold as a bundle with the 9070 XT tells me it's probably an older model, because they often bundle stuff they can't sell with things they can sell. And I know that there was a known fact that the B850 had an issue with the not running on with the 9800 X3D wasn't working on the B850 specifically. So it supports X3 out of the box. The B850 does? Okay, because I remember some of the 850s were having issues. I remember seeing that. And when I plugged everything into the PC part picker, that was one of the things it said. You may have to do a BIOS update. Make sure your motherboard has 2 BIOS flash slots. Pretty standard, but it can save your app. I'll have to remember what that means. No match? Yeah. The box will be printed on the board itself. Okay. We're going to talk about Star Citizen, I swear. On a pie. Sides. Where would it be printed on the actual motherboard? Gigabyte 8 B850. Gigabyte B850 gaming Wi-Fi 6. Should be on the booklet. Okay. Here's a problem with the booklet. Yeah, I mean, the box has got a number on it, but I think it's like a recycling number. Yeah, full ATX. Yeah, we looked at the outside the box. Very careful with it.
You can take away my spaceship.
Oh.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
I see an M BIOS. Color. No, I have very expensive equipment in my hand. Not dancing right now.
Boost 1800 just resubscribed for 56 months. Oh, neat.
Welcome, everybody. And someone already looked up the serial number on it because it's the version of it, because I took a picture of it to make sure it was still legitimate because I was paranoid. I was paranoid because I had heard, because I'd been doing a lot of research into everything. I had heard that some 9800 X3Ds were not working, A, and B, that there was a chip scam where if you purchased a chip on certain sites like Amazon, people were swapping out the chip for another chip. So like it would take like a cheaper version of the 9800 or a cheaper version of an AMD chip and swap it out for the 9800. And then they would just print off a fake label on the front, make it that says 9800 in order to, scam people. So my brain was like, I'm going to get scammed. And so I took a picture of it, like, is this everything good? And the people I showed it to, they were like, yeah, it's fine. It should be fine. Damn, thing has easy latches for holding M2. 3 easy latches. It has 3 M2 slots. Motherboard and CPU are compatible out of the box. Compatible BIOS for version F1. Okay. Well, now you have the best CPU you can. It doesn't make your power bill accommodate. X got the better version, the most recent version of it. But because X, I think you still do stream from a one PC setup, right, X? I don't, because I actually find it a lot more useful to do a dual PC setup, because my gaming PC only has to worry about gaming, so it's pretty efficient. In fact, I'm toying with the idea of turning my new gaming PC to a dual boot, because there's the rumors of a Steam OS coming out to have, and there's actually a version, basically a copy of Steam OS, which is already out for free, a Linux based one, which is designed around just games. I can't remember what exactly it is. I'd have to look it up. It was released pretty recently in the last couple of weeks. And I want to try to learn Linux anyways, just so I get over my fear of it. You have 2? I only have 1, but it's a 4 terabyte drive. Bazite. Yeah, there's Bazite. That was what I was looking at. Because those two don't play nice at all. I can pick up another M2 drive. I have 3 slots, and this is a 4 terabyte. And my current gaming PC has I think a terabyte M2 on it already, so I could probably swap that out and put that into new build if I wanted to. Loose Bazite on my Windows handheld, good shit. I use Bazite. Yeah, I've heard good things about Bazite, and the thing is that I literally only use that PC. I'm gonna only use this PC for gaming. It's gonna have no other purpose. And I find that because I do a lot of editing and streaming, I don't need a PC that's gaming capable, that's super gaming optimized. So I can focus on cheaper parts and that are more efficient for editing and rendering and other things like that. So for the same performance I'd get effectively for a gaming PC, I can get a pretty decent. I'm looking at things like, this isn't right now, this is stupid fucking expensive already, but later this year, possibly if I'm not destroyed by tariffs, getting a cheap Intel 16 gig card, like the A770, or just for like streaming, rendering, that kind of stuff. Getting a decent AMD rendering chip, and then the really spending on the RAM and all that other stuff. Thank you, Darsh. Yeah, no, I'm gonna fuck it up. I'm gonna fuck it up. You're gonna see something live on stream, me screwing it up. Just don't bend the pins or get anything in the socket like sawdust, and you'll be fine. Nah, I'm sure I'll be fine. You've got an ARC B580 and it works well. The thing I've heard about the Intel cards is that they have a bad rap because the A series was launched kind of bad, but the B series did pretty well. And the only issue is drivers. But then again, look at Star Citizen right now. Star Citizen has a problem with drivers. We know this, if you read the last monthly report, they said specifically that NVIDIA's new drivers was causing shit with Star Citizen. Like, there was legitimately performance loss because of the new NVIDIA driver in last month, in March. So, drivers are always the key. Hardware, as long as the hardware is good enough, the drivers are the thing that's going to kill it, keep it. And the thing that Intel has over other cards is that it's got a really good, like, what was it? It's not AVI. It's using a different type of encoder for streaming, which is really efficient. Shows off best hardware in the market. Shows no. What I mean is, like, as long as the hardware is good, the real key. Most hardware is fine. Like the A8, the A770. It's basically a slightly worse version of the RX. It's closer in range to like the 570 or the 9070, basic 9070. So I think it's a little worse. But it has the same number of VRAM and everything else like that. If I was playing on like 1080, yeah, it would be fine as long as the drivers were there. Are you excited to be an Infroners next week answering lore questions? You know it. Yeah, I should be able to. I didn't respond, but I should be able to do that because that is because it's Good Friday. We don't have school, but we still have training. But that training is like usually we do like a big festival, and we usually get to go. Is that what it's called? QuickSync? Yeah, the new AMD chips are an LGA too. I thought they had shaved off the freaking pins when I looked at it originally. I'm like, why is there no pins? Everyone's like, because the pins are on the motherboard now. Oh. Yeah, the Battle Mage cards are good, and I think the next generation that they're going to go in like a couple of years, the C and the D. C is Eric. I know the D is the Drew. Archmage, Battle Mage, something, and then the Drew. So, Celestial. So actually, I didn't get a discount. I didn't grab a Windows yet because I have somebody reached out to me when I was starting to put together things. A friend of mine was like, "Hey, I have a like." I can pick one up pretty cheaply. Just for funsies. Yeah, you can get them for like $10. Hell, the Microsoft Store is selling Windows Key for fucking $35. Quick Google found one. You can get a Microsoft Windows professional key for $36 off of a third-party site. And everyone's saying you can just get home, which is $32. I'm sure I can get that cheaper somewhere. The person I talked to, said that they're having some issues, that like the key is actually in storage because of things were going, but they can get it to me, but I can also pick one. Employee discount is great. Homer Pro. I mean, you don't really need Pro unless you're doing some great. It's just a gaming PC. It's just, like I said, I would use Bezite if I knew what I was doing, but it wouldn't work for. It doesn't work for a lot of stuff. So, Pro's got remote desktop. I don't see myself using remote desktop often, but I could get Pro. I'm going to build this today, and I'm probably going to sit on it and not use it until next week, because there's no point in the whole song and dance. I'm not going to have any time this weekend to really sit down and do it. Well, I might, because we're going to do a special episode of the Captain's Table. It's going to go a little bit earlier than usual. It's going to start the normal time we do, but then it's going to go, we're going to start earlier, and it's going to be sitting down with Darj and people of the, and so I think maybe one or two other people from JRDF. And we're just going to talk about JRDF. We're going to talk about what it is. We're going to show off the new Raven model. I would talk a little bit about modeling in Star Citizen, and how people can do 3D printing, and why does CIG so hardcore on like preventing free models, or like model stuff coming out. How much did your case cost? So it was the Flow 7, and I got it for under $100. I want to say I got it for like $90. NXT Flow. ZXT. Does it have breakaway tabs inside? I haven't checked. Yeah, I mean, the answer is they're protecting their IP, but because they also signed a contract with JRDF, where JRDF is the only people who have the right to license out the model, so that the JRDF could make and print and sell those models. So they have to protect their partners from infringement. Y'all, this isn't my first PC. I've built PCs in the past, but thank you for some of the advice. Because I have not built a PC since 2000. And that was more of a Franken PC build. Oh, you're gonna hear me swear. Chat, you're gonna hear me curse up a storm. I'm gonna do something I haven't done, but I've seen other people do, which is I'm gonna basically build the whole thing before I put it in the case. So I'm gonna like put the power source in the case, install the fans for everything that I need to install for. I'm gonna install the CPU and install the CPU and the graphics card and all of that stuff before. This isn't a 30-minute project. We're gonna be. It's gonna take like 2 hours, but we've only been streaming for like an hour. I'm gonna do another 20-30 minutes. I'm gonna do some Star Citizen. We're gonna do like a capsule, and then we'll call it. We'll start. New PC build requires blood sacrifices. 'Tis tradition. Not all water cooled. I think there's still hybrids. I have a thermal lake. Thermal Lake TH360. I'm mostly getting it because it's an ISO. I'm mostly getting it as an ISO because I've heard it's very quiet. Or AIO, yeah. AIO. Ugh. The iron in the blood activates the thermal paste. But like it comes with fans, so I'm gonna have the fans, and I think the Flow actually has pre-built fans specifically for the AIO. So I may not even have to like install the fans that came with it. You build full custom water cooled for friends. Good luck. Thank you. Straight up, this is going to sound like awful, but I have an AIO in my stream PC, and that shit is louder than my gaming PC, which I just used the stock cooler that came with the CPU. It's whisper quiet, my gaming PC. It's just like, what? But again, my AIO is an older Corsair, so. Two hours, as if, motherfucker. That's a day-long process. I've built PCs in a couple of hours. Like I said, I'm not going to build, boot, install, do all the drivers. That's the day-long process. I'm just going to assemble it and try to boot it, and that's it. Yeah, get it to post. I'm just going to post it, and that's it. Boot it out the window. I thought I said post. Oh, yeah, it probably needs cleaning, but it's always been loud. Fishy, it's always been loud as fuck. Did you get extra thermal paste, or are you using the stuff, the included stuff? I got thermal paste. I had to buy separate thermal paste for it. That's a good question. The pump, I don't think the pump is loud. I think it's the fans. 48 gigs. I decided to do the odd 224 RAM. The thing is that it gives you the benefits of above 32 gig RAM, but it's also in some cases cheaper than getting 32 gig RAM because people don't buy double 24 gig sticks for whatever reason, because they like the nice 8, 16, 32, 64. So they end up being cheaper, and it's like, and I know that some motherboards have some issues with 24, but yeah, well, for a gaming PC, 48 gigs, I think it's fine. Because if you're above 32, you're pretty much fine. And if Star Citizen's starting to require 64 gigs of RAM, we're all going to be in fucking trouble. Yeah, by the time you're actually using 64 gigs of RAM required, it'll be DDR12 or whatever. It'll be a brand like it will not be this generation of RAM. I can see a 64 gig of RAM if you're doing things like modeling or game design or rendering like 4K videos or something like that. I can see the RAM being that of RAM being in, but not for game.
You can take away my spaceship.
Non-power of 2 RAM sometimes is performant.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Thank you. All right, now I'm going to actually have to put my ears in and start to do the things. Ashhole, thank you for that 59 months. Infrunners, thank you for that raid. First Tasty, thank you for that 48 months. Ghost, thank you for the resubscription for 24 months. Knowledge for that 9 months. Umblissimo for that 23 months. I've been following and off. So for those of you who don't know, it's for me, it's been the week of testing, the first week of testing. So state standard testing started this week, and for me, it's going to go until for the next 3 weeks. So I have been getting up at about an hour or two or earlier than I normally do, and going to work, and then running myself ragged, being both bored and tired because I have to run around do things more than I normally do, and then coming home, and also not having time to eat lunch and do all those other things. Then coming home and spending time with the wife when I can, and doing like content creation, and then like writing and editing. And then often not getting to bed until like midnight because I'm an idiot, or even sometimes going to bed at like 10 or 9 or 10, and then waking up at 4 and doing it all over again. So it's both stressful because everyone's stressed because testing is very stressful, because it's one of those things where if you screw up something in a state standard testing, you can lose your license and all that. For those who don't know, Paul's day job is a history teacher. It's teaching. Hey, Iris. Hubby Astropub is his final form. All right, I'm gonna go get some water, and then we're gonna do capsule. So for those of you watching on YouTube after the fact, mute yourself. Trust me. We'll come back. We'll talk a little bit more about Star Citizen. We'll talk Star Citizen while I'm building and move for that. Oh no, I am going to trigger every single one of you who's a cable management professional. You're going to want to commit seppuku. You're going to want to find me and punch me for my terrible cable management. I think I still have some cable management. What I'm probably honestly going to do is build it, boot it, or not boot it, post it. With terminology. Post it, and then get it to post, and then go back and do the cable management. Yeah, I'm going to stuff the cables in the back. I legitimately do not care for, like, glass-sided PCs. Like, if I could just get a PC that was just a box that had good airflow, I would buy a box with good airflow. If it fits the stuff and it has good airflow and it's easy to install and remove it, that's fine. I don't need RGB. I don't need to see my PC working. I just need to work. So the CIG method, build it first, run it, then optimize it. Yeah. Get the board version number and open frame PC case. No, I just a box. Fractal North Mesh. I already have a PC case, yo. I have an H7. So Ash, a bunch of people were already on that earlier. They were like, "What's the board number? So it's plug and play. It's the B850 gigabyte 8 gaming Wi-Fi." Psychologically manipulate. Him into good habits, chat. Well, this is going to be the craziest build, because the only cables that are really going to be run are the power cables and the cooler. Because I don't have any for this build, I don't have any SATA drives. It's just an M2 drive. No, I was actually going to get one of those, X, one you just showed me. But it was like $200. And I was like, that's a lot of money for a case. And then I saw the H7 Flow, the NZXT H7 Flow. I looked up and it's like a bunch of like Tom's Hardware suggested it. A bunch of other people suggested it. And I looked it up. I'm like, this is less than $100. I'm buying the less than $100 one. Yep. If you're checking CPU compatibility, it's a B850 with gaming Wi-Fi 6 gigabyte with a 980 X3D, and the compatible BIOS version is Epic. All right, I'll be right back. Mute. They're gonna go crazy, chat. Also, not sponsored, but this is Cyber Society. It's run by a local business here in Austin. It's also run by Galactica, the CIG's social media manager. He runs this brand. Very good. It's very... check it out. cybersociety.shop. You can check it out. Okay, this is a good shirt for building a PC.
Good news, everyone!
I'm wearing casual clothes because I'm building a PC. There are a few cases I'm going to stream where I'm wearing casual clothes. Almost always when I'm not gaming.
Genesis?
2 words. Distress bacon.
Barcelona! Barcelona!
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Barcelona! Barcelona! Genesis? Barcelona! 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 Barcelona!
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Genesis?
2 words. Distress bacon.
I'm fly. I'm pilot. Barcelona! Barcelona!
I may have to kill the freedom one at some point. Because it gets me hit more often from copyright strikes than anything else. Casual criminal activity. Why does it get hit? I don't know. Why no vest and tie? Because I'm going to be building a PC here in a moment. Paul not wearing a vest and tie is weird. Yeah, I know. I have the Superman effect. Imagine if you saw me like this in the street. How many of you would be able to recognize me? You'd have to do a double or triple take. The fuck is Paul streaming off this? Oh, I know you're some handsome guy. I know. It's the Superman effect, man. It's real. The thing is, I used to not wear my glasses when I streamed because I could do that. I am getting older now and I require to wear the glasses. I didn't used to wear them because I didn't want to like glare and stuff like that. I hate contacts, so I don't have them. Anything gets in my eye, it's weird. Yeah. I would go to conventions, and if I wasn't wearing the suit, no one would know who I was. In fact, sometimes I'd wear the suit with the glasses, and no one would notice me. Or I'd take the glasses off, and no one would know. The only time anyone would know who I am when I did this, because they only knew me because of the helmet. Can we get an old PC recycling video? Nah, it's still good. The PC is still functioning. It's fine. It's just not long-term successful. Like I could probably still use that PC for gaming for the next year and a half. But with Squadron 42 on the horizon, and I know you can shit on me all you want to, but everything is telling me that Squadron 42 is 2026. Both internal sources, both external sources, context. Squadron's coming out next year, whether we like it or not, which is good and bad. I need an updated PC. I just needed one that has an AM5 slot. And while I was doing that, I needed a new graphics card. So, like, build a new PC. But now this new PC is going to be my PC of Theseus. The PC Theus. Because I'm going to use it if I need to upgrade my CPU, I can upgrade my CPU. If I need to upgrade GPU, I can upgrade my GPU. I don't have to do a complete new build from it. Hey, well, if you want to come to Quantum Vegas, I'm definitely going to be there. That's July 14th. Double checking the date. Always get it wrong. July 12th. July 12th. Quantum Vegas. QuantumVegas.space. July 12th. Yeah, July 12th. You'll see myself, Star Jump Grim, Netronics, Tim Ellis, The Poets, Serious Fun, and then we have scheduled for right now on Tracy, Galactica, and Tyler Woodkid are going to be there. But it's going to be it's a fan event. We're going to do some fan stuff and some discussions and that kind of stuff. Hey, Moot. There's no ocean in Vegas? What? It's going to be held at Area 15. Which is appropriate, I think. Come to Quantum Vegas on ArtCorp, Area 15. Exactly. Like, it's also Vegas. So you can go out and do stuff in Vegas. There are things to do. I mean, I expect there to be fans there. It is hot in Vegas, especially in July. It'll be a good time for fans, I think. I don't want to make sure everyone knows it is the first time we're ever doing this, and we're planning on doing this more. Hopefully make it a yearly event. The goal is to make this as a yearly fan event where we get together and hang out and talk Star Citizen, and evolves over time. So we can eventually do things like having orgs come in and do discussions on how they run their orgs, or tips and tricks on running on their orgs, and content creators coming in and talking a little bit about their content creation, maybe machinima makers coming in and stuff, model makers, mod people doing mods, all sorts of, cosplay. We want to do all that stuff in the future. Keeping it simple for right now, because we know how expensive these can be, that kind of stuff. Our citizens are good times. Good times. All right. Now that I've wasted enough time, let's do this. turn off all my alerts real quick. Starting the recording in 3, 2, 1. Oh, hi. Paul's not here right now. I'm his evil brother, Saul. And welcome to another Office Hours capsule. That's right, capsule. This is a small segment of my Office Hours live stream that I do usually on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on twitch.tv/TheAstroPub and youtube.com/TheAstroPub Live, where we cover Star Citizen lore, news, and more. We go through all the weekly events, weekly things that have been going on, and sit down and do a little talk, yak, ask questions, get into some details, go into some conspiracy theories. And today we're going to be looking at the roadmap roundup from April 9th, 2025. This is a slightly big one because I'm going to add a little bit to the end, a little bit more intrigue, as you will. So, without any further ado, let's get started. Hello, everyone. Every 2 weeks, we accompany the roadmap update with a brief explanatory note to give you insight on the decision-making that led to any changes. This is part of an effort to make our communications more transparent, more specific, and more insightful for all of you who help make Star Citizen and Squadron 42 possible. Just a reminder, the 1.0 column showcases features and content planned for the inclusion in or before Star Citizen 1.0. This means you may not have to wait for 1.0 release to experience them. As features and content in the 1.0 column become ready, they will migrate left into the point patch column for release. Be sure to check back every 2 weeks for the latest updates. With that, let's dive into this week's roadmap roundup. Notable changes for April 9th, 2025. Release view. 4.1. Base Combat Mission Patrol. Added a patrol mission that takes the player through a series of patrol points. At each waypoint, players can run into a variety of objectives and encounters. This card has been set to tentative. So, this is actually a return of an old mission. I think it was early 3.0, but I definitely remember it was 2.6 and like the 2.0 missions, where you would go to the asteroid field around Yella and go through a series of missions where you go to a point A to point B, and you would escort a herald, or you'd go there to like with a security official that would like clear it out, and they would come up like, all right, hold on, scanning, done, moving on, kind of thing. It was good times, and this is interesting because they've talked about this in the past, but they're bringing this back. So then, Space Combat Mission Ambush, adding an ambush mission that tasks players to set up a trap in an asteroid cluster and ambush high-value target ships as they pass by. This seems to be setting up for stealth missions, which is good. It's cool. Space Combat Mission UEE Training Missions. Adding a suite of UEE training missions that teach players about various ship combat scenarios. Introducing a new challenges as the player progresses. I wonder if this is going to be for the Assistant Universe or maybe for Arena Commander, because I wouldn't be surprised if this was a holdover or a pullover from Squadron 42. That this is maybe missions that they built originally for Squadron that they were using for training, for maybe missions in Squadron. They're like, let's just reuse it. It makes sense. But we'll have to see about that. If it's live in the PU, that'd be great. But it sounds like an Arena Commander. Redacted Space Combat Mission. Adding a new Redacted mission. The card's set to be set to tentative. This is likely whatever had to do with the headhunters entering the Stanton system from Pyro, having a presence in. And there's also been rumors of the Frontier Fighters ambushing events at Invictus. So likely the next major story event is going to involve this space combat. You see that? Juvenile Valakar. New creature ready to challenge those who dare to cross its path. This card has been set to release. The Argo ATLS Geo, a power suit dedicated to mining with practical augmentations, including lasers, storage, and a new way to travel with jump packs. Card has been set to released. Golem, adding a new Drake mining starter ship. Set to release. Arena Commander, new map, Astro's Clearing. Adding a Stanton settlement on Microtech available for free flight and exploration. Set to released. Arena Commander, new map, Crossroads of Crime. Adding a new, the largest Arena Commander map so far. Available in multiple game modes, include Free Flight, Tank Royale, Team Elimination, Single Weapon Elimination, Gun Rush, and Kill Collect. Released. Sandbox activity, Align and Mine. A new open-ended activity blending on-foot exploration with aerial support, creating sandbox gameplay opportunities for daring teams. So the Align and Mine is important to note because I've gotten some heat for the captain's table. We did a video on how there are some significant problems with how CIG develops and has currently looking at PvX, so PvPvE, things like Align and Mine. Seemed to be pretty well received, though there was a lot of people who said we were kind of out of touch. It's funny because if you look at the like-dislike ratio, it's very positive. And it's actually one of the better videos we've done in the new Captain's Table format, new Captain's Table location. So definitely a lot of people saw it. If you haven't had a chance to, go and watch that. But it's important to note that the Align and Mine mission is itself a staple. It's not leaving. It's not a FOMO event. You can do Align and Mine forever, and it'll probably be wound into a bunch of other events and other things going on because it's part of this new approach that CIG is giving to how they build missions. So keep that in mind. Wicklow's Emporium, another one that's going to be sticking around for a long time. Wicklow is now going to be a staple in the verse and is going to be a persistent mission giver. A specially designed location to host our latest mission giver, Wicklow, offering new hub for players and engagement opportunities. A new mission giver in the verse, bringing fresh opportunities for players to explore. Heavy Combat Armor, Antium, a rugged, stylish new armor set tailored for the brave adventurers facing new dangers. Hathor Mining Station, a large-scale mining laser facility operated by the Hathor Group, or ground alignment stations. Strategically placed Hathor operated outposts, providing key infrastructure and sandbox gameplay opportunities for planetary operations. Bolt AR Parallax, a powerful new weapon boasting unique blend of characteristics, firepower, and tactical potential. All of these released with the last patch 4.1. And the top ones, the space combat stuff is coming in 4.1.1 tentatively, probably will, which is going to be coming out soon as of this recording, if not already out for PTU or gameplay pillar. Space combat missions have been added to the progress tracker. A set of new spaceship combat missions featuring improved scenario design and refined storytelling. So, what does this tell us? Well, I have a theory. I'm pausing because I know you just said a game theory. I got you. I have a theory that CIG focusing on space combat is because that is going to be their next major focus post stabilization, where they're really going to want to dial in that space combat experience, because the big thing that needs to be added to improve space combat is specifically engineering and engineering quantum, the hull surfaces, and the Maelstrom damage system. All those four things are all based around ship combat. And while I know lots of people complain, but CIG is doing too much combat. I want to do non-combat. But this is good because it also allows for the people who built a bunch of missions in Squadron 42 to take that expertise and take that expertise in that the knowledge, the goods and bads they learn from that, and apply it to the PU and see what works and what doesn't. More experimentation. So hopefully this means we're going to get more missions, because this isn't just going to be a couple of missions and done, but mission staples, things they can create that they can then build off of and use to iterate. We've seen with so many other missions that end up being wound up, kind of dipped into the events that go on so that they can create events that have those missions. Now, I know that's a problem for some people. Personally, I think it's a good idea because those sorts of mission design isn't itself inherently wrong. The problem is we don't have engaging narrative yet. If you had an engaging narrative with some missions, which, yeah, you could do them basically the same missions in world's environment, but as this context, I think it would be a lot better. And I think that's what we're looking at, especially when you look at that progress tracker where they're looking at trying to wind storytelling into these missions. So hopefully we'll see a little bit of that going forward. But as always, I want to hear your thoughts down below on anything I just said. Am I coping so hard right now? Is the evil brother of Paul Saul secretly messing up everything right now for him? And of course, if you did enjoy this, hit that like button, subscribe for more videos just like this, and hit the bell icon to be notified when both these release and we go live on Saturdays. Well, Saturdays, yes, but on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. And like I always say, hope to see you someday in black. All right. Are you ready, chat? Are you ready to cringe? All right. Here's the thing. Surface have card tip. Already I can hear you. Hear you screaming. Oh, didn't you know that card tables have a 56% chance? 5% chance possibly putting out your entire PC build? No legitimate PC will ever be hot building. And he was. But I'm gonna have to tip it down a little bit. Who's next? Close your eyes. Now, I will say I am not. Hopefully this works. Another trooper? Yeah. I'm at the lowest weight I have ever been in the last like 6 years, probably 10 years, honestly. This is where I break your sense of immersion. Tape. Wear a static wristbands, kill sound cables on motherboard back. No. So. All right. We're going to talk. Okay. No. Enjoy Texas heat because I don't. You go full swole citizen? That's the plan. Am I going to become super beefy and buff? No. All right. Be prepared to creep. The question is, should I start with the CPU? Or should I go be more basic? I also have RAM and the M2. Mount the PSU. Okay. So I should mount the PSU into the case first. Put the helmet on first. That's not our. You're right. You're not wrong. Batch. This is I'll mount the PSU to the motherboard. Yeah, no, it used to be a lot harder. I came in when I started building PC. I built my first PC right when it became easier. There's still some problems, but it was a lot easier than it had been in the past. Yeah, it's like I'm gonna build everything on the motherboard before I get to build before I actually mount the I think what he's trying to say is start off with the motherboard with the ugh, disgusting. chunky girl. Just to see if I can trigger people, I should name my my PC pronouns. I was thinking, like, did I just gender my PC? Yes. Do I care? No, I do not. What GPU did I get? I'll show it here in a bit, but it's 9070 XT. It'll be the last thing I do. Never used an NXT. Still, I'm kind of flying blind on this. Let's have to be pop outside. E? Chunky. It's the new sort of like half, like the forward is there and then like half tape. Problem? Right. Take a look at this. Let's take a look at this rip. You quick. So the top comes off. Guessing this needs. It's an NXT case. This thing, I'm used to screws in the back, and that's it's flush. Looks like there are screw holes. I can see sort of like spots. Ah! Neat. Up, chat. Hard to see. But there are cables here already set up, like little spots you can adjust cable management. As cable management. God, man, they make things much easier these days. And these are all the cables for like everything. Already connected to the front. I don't have to connect anything to the front. What wizardry is this? Go ahead, Gar. This is just a twist time? This is just... I think these are for mounting like SSDs and SATAs. Yeah. Oh, there probably is definitely screws. There's no screws. This has no screws. It's all just attaching. Push down, or there, it's screwless. There'll probably be some screws in there, but at the very least. All right, chat. Ready? Turn your volume up. Okay. Are you ready to hear the most satisfying sound in the universe? Give you a few moments. The peel. Ooh. Didn't hear anything? The silent peel. Also have to, this is the part that I'm a little more worried about. This is also connected the same way. Every part, every bone in my body is like, do not pull, Paul. Do not do what you're doing right now. Bad. There's an interior glass. Ooh. Ah. All over you. It's not a sliding door. It's pull it in and then slide it out. So, hold up. What? Right here. Let's see, I'll see if I can. See this? These are like the old school brackets that you could use for installing like a GPU and stuff like that. Why are you there? Instructions. Oh, this is a side mount. Upside down? Yeah, I'm looking at it upside down. Listen, I gave you all a trigger warning that I was gonna get stuff wrong. Has legs. What I thought were something else is in fact legs. Why is it so weird? Because I was looking at the wrong way, so I was having trouble pulling it off. Because it's supposed to go like that. A little like that. Oh no! Like I am of those one of those PC builders that builds a PC once every 5 years. Has to completely relearn how to do it every 5 years. All right. Yes, you. They would all. How many of you would be triggered if I installed the fan backward? To be fair, I don't think I can install this anywhere but backwards. See, Execute's saying this should be the last, but I had somebody else who said it should be the first. Well, the thing is that the PSU here is going to go sideways. But if I put it in the direction that would face towards the motherboard, designed to fit this. Dude, I think this is easy to build. Yeah, it's the NZXT H7 Flow. Question, does it have a back? It does have a back panel. I am not in fact. It's matched right here. They're like 10 flows from number H7 and NZXT mid tower. Can't see me, chat. You cannot see me. Tiny screwdriver. Tiny screwdriver. Gift from my uncle. Full kit. Driver. Full set of big drivers specifically to college. Who's like schools. It just started. Just started. Sticking around doing other things. This case, I think, is specific because I'm used to smaller cases when they become kind of a pain. Because, like, they usually fit. No. Nope. Coming in. I've returned. Cheers for the tower. Y'all can still hear me, right? On some music. Oh, hey, Logan. Logan came in with all of his boys and were like, "Oh, look at this technology! Feel this STC." Fun in there. So welcome to the triggering stream, where I build everything incorrectly in the wrong order and manage to take the most basic of PC building skills and completely flout them, and then still boot the damn thing afterwards. Still post it afterwards. Good. Nice. Thermal Lake. This is a budget for easy. I'm not very techie tech. I know enough to be dangerous, enough to do stuff on my own, not enough to be a professional at it in any way, shape. I can't wait for the reaction videos, supercut reaction videos from 10#42. Intake side, outtake done when builder puts in the problems. 9,800. I believe. People keep asking right here. $9,800 X3D. Yeah. I got it for $30 more expensive than the 7,900. It was just $30 more. Like, I will take that. Power source is in. Side for now. Now, chat. Now that the power source is in, new next. Yeah. I was dealing not as nearly as much as. Remember to cover the entirety of the CPU with thermal paste. Did good cover. In fact, the little parts, you want to put it between parts where it goes on the motherboard. This is so nice of them. Standoff screws is even labeled. Screw, flathead, screw, standoff wrench, hexagon screws. Then they even have guys. All right, chat. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more than I normally would because this is my normal zoom. I need you to see a little bit better. Yeah, but can it play Crisis? Nothing can play Crisis. Can't see my face, but you can see the important bit. All right. Access to. Later, Scorched. So, chat. I believe it is time. Motherboard. Here's the question. What do we do first for the motherboard? We do RAM, drive, CPU. CPU. Here's where I break everything. Here's where I brick $500 worth of equipment. RAM, then SSD, and then CPU. Stir it in the microwave and warm it up real quick. All right, so this which one's which? Each is a did show off installation. Ooh, it has a step-by-step guide here. Step 1, install the CPU. Interesting. So step 2, install the RAM. And step 3, seat the case into the motherboard. And then install the expansion slot. How old these instructions? It has instructions on how to install a CD-DVD drive. All right, so I'm going to put in the memory. This is saying. All right, so here's the question. It shows this. And I know it's two opposite. Does it matter which slot it's in specifically, or as long as it's just non-sequential? So, or like they skip over the slots. That's the problem, is I know it's depending on the manufacturer, and this is what they tell me. It's gigabyte, by the way. This. What? Oh, good Lord, no. This is even the wrong, like the actual. No. No, 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 no. Two and four? How do I know it's 2 and 4? Is it counting closer to the CPU and then away, or away from the CPU slot towards it? I know it's usually not. The problem. This is. One is next to the CPU. Okay. That's all I needed to know. I had a feeling it was 2 and 4. Remembered something like, right, but which direction do we go? Direction do we? Installed. PC death or PC birth? That's the question. You gotta click it before you flick it. For clicks. I know you probably couldn't hear them. For clicks. a sticker on it. Do I want to take that sticker off? I do not. Got like all the information, like the serial code and stuff like that. You sticking a GPU in this bad boy? Hopefully by the end of tonight. All right. Now, I believe it is time to go back to the case and install this into the case. I have not put the standoffs in the case. CPU is not in yet. But I do know that I may have to remove something for thermal. Go through the instructions real quick. So there's a specific thing that you need to install for this to work. I'm gonna have to uninstall. I'm gonna have to remove the case itself. I wanted to double check. Let's have thermal paste with it. Neat. Tiny amount of thermal paste, though. This is the thermal paste they give you. That's all. So I don't have to worry about like LG whatever, right? Because that's all Intel stuff. AMD's got a standard clock. You have to add the cooler like it's an add-on, yeah. So I have to remove the entire casing over it based off of this. Yeah, there's a bracket right here that I'm looking at right here. And based off of this installation guide, and I'll show you all right here what it looks like. Saying this. That is the actual like pump head, whatever. But notice how it comes down to here. So I know, Zor, thank you. It's still got things on it. The question is, do I have to remove the latch system in order to put this on? Actually, no, I don't believe I do. Because this latch system connects on the outside screw. Okay, I get it now. Yes. I just wanted to make sure I didn't have to do any surgery to make it work. The hat goes on the head, Paul. The hat goes on the head. The square hole. This will go over and hook onto sides here. Tighten it down once. And this is super easy. Page is open. Find the these. I'm going to pull open the instructions guide. Fairly straightforward. The arrow should go with the arrow. There. Page. It's in. It's in. All right. So here's the next question. Should I follow through these instructions perfectly? Or should I use the built-in fans this thing already has as the fans for this cooler? Case has fans installed in it, but it also allows for radiator fan on the bottom. I can install them in the bottom of the. Need to use the one it comes with? Okay. Remove the case. Direction does it? You are all done. Moving you off to the side. With me. Side. Way. Heavens. Base. Base. Pants. All right. Case. Go. So these fans, front, or these are more light. I've got, oh, I mean, there we go. Needs more cowbell, to be honest. Okay. So there is a place I can mount the radiator at the bottom here, which is possible. I already have the stuff over here. These will fit. Fit. The question really is, which direction am I supposed to install them? I imagine this has to be on the outside. This is probably facing away, right? this facing inside, this facing outside. I don't want to install it the wrong way around. We'll have arrows. Not seeing any arrows on them. No arrows. Two ways to do this. We do it in the front. You can literally move it. They say is to install the radiator back here for these. There's a space in the top for that stuff, chat. Rex. Pump on my radiator, or is the heat sink. Generally, you want the pump at the lowest spot possible. Oh, I'm gonna break something. Yeah, don't worry. I said this is going to be stress-inducing for everybody. Remember, you asked for this, chat. Where does the liquid nitrogen go? I worry about the filters and the inputs. Okay. This is saying is to put the radiator up here first, then the fans. So this is saying is taking the radiator, installing it up here first, and then install the fans below it. I think is what I have. Well, right? Remember your welder? I forgot. All right. Of course. I'm sure I'll be fine. I'm mostly making fun of it because PC builders can be super like, this is exactly what you have to do. And every instruction manual I've ever seen contradicts themselves every single time. Motherboard in. Here's the question. What kind of screw? Because I have M3, 632. I had CB5, screw CB5, standoff, the hexagon screw. I want to say the motherboard didn't come with any screws. They have. Yes, the motherboard had the exact same number of standoffs already installed, ready, perfectly aligned. Same with this glorious thing of screws. Based off the number, definitely not the hexagon. I'm guessing it's probably 632. Just be sure that there aren't any notched holes in the I can as 8 screw holes. They all seem to be lined up with a standoff off the edge that I can see. Fine to me. I need a lightsaber for the light. I've got good. There are 4 weird holes, but they're like not connected to any holes in the board. They're not connected to anything that I. So just rip it off and try one, chat. I don't think it matters that. This is where I go completely beyond what most people test. I'm gonna try to do all of them. Just getting them just tight enough, and I'll go back and rotate. I know. I'm gonna torque. I'll torque them pretty hard later. I'm not gonna do that right away. I want to all in, go back. Good places. Not a professional. Not even a talented amateur. Hack fraud. These top ones are a pain in the ass, man. I have one that's right by the power source. Last screw is going to be the hardest one. Just use magic turn into a boy. Hands will work. Let's see. Motherboard is installed. Whew. falls out. Good, looks solid. But I know a lot of people, I'm sure y'all like this is the stop that part. It's like you're doing good. Run. Run for your lives. All right. Pipes are out front. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you for that insight there, Zor. So instead of it being backwards, like this, and this over, put this on top. First. Have to rotate around a little bit. Y'all, chill out. Everybody calm down. Stop getting mad at each other. Just build a PC. Please, nerds. Please. The man build. Listen, we don't have blue versus red fights anymore. Team Blue sort of imploded. Yeah, it's red versus green right now. Yep. I had the same thing. That's the reason why I got this. I was planning on building it anyways, and I was like, oh, I'll try to beat it for some open price, but it's not going up that much. I basically got everything but the GPU, and I'm like, fuck it, I'm going everywhere. Get it done. Because you couldn't find the freaking GPU anywhere. So the GPU I was looking for was in stock in limited quantities, mostly sketchy places. I don't know if I want to do this. Then I found a motherboard GPU combo deal from Newegg. Like, oh, I like this motherboard. And this GPU, the 9070 XT, is the one I was looking. One of those I was looking for, and it's a little bit pricier than I was hoping for. I was hoping for the 600 SRP, but it was the same price as the Gigabyte 9070 XT at launch, $730. Like I already have I already like this motherboard. Just I have to return my old motherboard. About the motherboard. I can get a full refund for it. Not. With gas chat. No, this is a tape drive. Now this is the mounting the radiator. Cooler. The 9 is in stock in Newegg right now. At what price? At what price, Lefty? And I wasn't going to get it. Was never going to get it. The most I was going to get was a 5080, and I was like, I don't want to buy a $1,500. So it was going to be the 5070 Ti. 9070 XT. Like, you know what? Get the 9070 XT. I was interested in it when I heard all the spots for it, and I started following it a little bit more when all the stats came out, and was like, it's good. I was like, hallelujah. I'm using the wrong screws. Yeah, I was using the wrong screws. They have like a. How many gigs will Squad 42 be? I would suggest. I think it's probably gonna be smaller than you think. I think Squad 42 is going to be fairly small, smaller than Star Citizen. Because I guarantee you it doesn't have nearly as many levels or as many places to go. Real question is how much of the game takes in one area. So the new pieces and stuff after all the tariff news, yeah. I needed a PC anyways, and then all the tariff news, I'm like, I was already building one before. Like, I need to build it. Might not have. Similar amount no matter what. Yeah, they can take it. They're going to take some time to get in full. But the problem is, big problem was that how long, how much, like for instance, how much GPUs are in stock right now? Not a lot. There are not a lot of GPUs in stock right now. How long is it going to take for those GPUs to get back into stock? Where are they coming from? Taiwan. Coming from Taiwan, that's anywhere between 10, 30%. It was just bad timing. If the tariffs were announced and they took it into effect at the end of the year, there would have been more time for this GPU shortage to come undone and more GPUs markets, decent prices, ability. But we have a GPU shortage with a paper launch, with two really two paper launches, one better than the other. The 9070. What's missing? Well, they're already in effect, already being charged. So even if they aren't actually put into effect, people will still use them as an. Hey, welcome. Is Morph going to? No, I don't think Morph is going to into the event. Afraid it does. Hey, Dark Hour. We're building a PC and talking Star Citizen. Because we were talking a little bit about Star Citizen earlier. Chat has been, since we got the PC built, chat has been saying, when you get the PC, you need to build it on stream. So seeing casual Paul. Companies are stocking up on supplies, which costs them money, store them, and pay them taxes. Oh yeah. Also, if you build PCs or more familiar with PCs, I am, which is probably I built PCs. I built all of my PCs since 12 have been, but I build them every 5 years. So I don't have the same sort of experience as a lot of people who. Oh, there are arrows. I'm guessing the arrow pointing up is towards the towards the radiator. Everyone was saying put it at the top, so I'm putting it at the top. Too late now, chat. Well, it's got 2 arrows. Let me show you, chat. It has 2 arrows. Yeah, it's RBG. Well, the up arrow to point out. So it's got to point out of the build, out of the machine, basically. So this is direction and flow. Airflow is this direction. There's the fans right here. Okay. Got it. I don't have to worry about the one that's pointing out. I got to worry about this pointing in the direction of that. Make sure it's pointing through the radiator. Just don't brick your PC. Do my best not to. The only reason why I got the RGB is because RGB was the cheapest, most efficient one. They have a version of this very same cooler that does not have RGB fans, and it's more expensive. The thing, chat, most people don't need to play video games in the highest graphical fidelity. Give you an example. My wife still plays most of her videos 1080p. Doesn't have a monitor or has asked for one. Sought out one higher quality. When she can play it and have fun, who cares about. I gotta make a list post and post it. I have it in a PC part picker. Soon AI will solve the timeline of development by 2038. You can develop a game alone. Possibly. I wouldn't put that much stock into AI as it's though. Not because it's all and you can you cool stuff with it in terms of but I think there will always be some sort of human element there, and there will always be need for some sort of customized stuff. Ideal world, AI evolves to do a lot of the sort of things that require a lot of man right now to allow for specialized devs to do specialized. Like Aiden, like rigging it. Things which are important to know how to do, but fundamentally are just take a long time. All right. Here's the part, chat. This is as far as I can go, but like this is I'm literally reaching as far as I can. Yeah, now's the thermal paste, but I'm gonna have to install this first. Okay. Thermal paste time. Gotta yell. I gotta project my voice. Do the teacher thing. Exactly. All right, class. Pull out your textbooks and turn to page 69. Today we're gonna learn birds and the bees, flowers in the tree, moving up above. Thing called love. Listen to the rhythm of your heart. Packaging sucks. Super rough. Paste, thermal paste. What about cable management? Plug everything in first, chat. All right. Way they say to do this is to thread a line on the edge of the contact on both the cooler and the bottom of that. And then thread it all the way out. Chat. Put it on the top of the contact. Top, it's already it's got a plastic seal. It hasn't been touched. It's still sealed. Once I remove the plastic, I will put it on there. Center mass. All right. All pace is applied. Hey, thank you, Scuba. Build day. I have a very important question. Am I a heretic if I'm making an AI companion for Star Citizen that hope to eventually talk? No, it just means you're an outlaw. AI development is outlawed in the universe of Star Citizen. Okay, so here's the question, chat. It says to apply onto here as well, but the actual thing doesn't. I know it doesn't hurt to install another layer on that. One side is enough? Okay. Here goes nothing, chat. Remove barrier. Countered an issue, chat. Figure it out, chat. Own dumbass fault. seated and in. The hard part is done. Huh. RSI. Interesting. And living vicariously through me, huh? I'm glad you are enjoying my suffering. You know, I'm going to do something radical. I am, in fact, not plug in all the RGB stuff. Apparently, optional to just not plug in the RGB stuff. I don't want the RGB. Do not enjoy RGB. Stick with I have. But like it's saying, hey, plug it in here to make sure it works for. Wait, so I just don't plug it in, and the RGB won't turn. Yes. All right. NBC. Same connection. Woo. So I believe in a lot of shame change. I'm intentionally leaving these tables up specifically to trigger you. Because I have to figure out a way to move these cables. There's some. I think I can back. Like this is always going to be like. especially since these are going to be sort of hidden. Because there's going to be a there we go. Never ever open this side panel. You'll be attacked by angry electric octopus. You'll never return to its cage. Yeah, the back side is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna. I think the next stage is to plug in the motherboard, and then, or do I install the GPU, then plug in the motherboard? Well, I mean, you got to remember that. What you're gonna. So like you'll see that that not gonna really see up here. Last. Okay. See if I can. The real problem is going to be I'm going to finish plugging in the motherboard. Is it? Whew. There you go. We're from Wild Ride and CZ. So because of the main exit was being ratted by a whole squad with the grenade launchers, I went to one of the vent rooms and did a 0G run. The pads had to dodge some asshole on a strike and made it back inside the station with the keyboard I ratted. Nice. New cases are nice, man. New cases are really, really nice. Hop back. I'm gonna put the front on myself. Right. Time for the power cables. We're almost done, chat. Then I get to hit some buttons and it not work. Oh, man. Over. Oh, not the PSU first. All the wires for the need to be added. Not zero. What? That. Front panel. Front panel IO. Front panel is over here. From what I saw on here, the installation guide. This is the front panel. And the pins seem to line up. It's the only place that it lined up to. Nothing's plugged in yet. I haven't plugged any power. This is not hot. It's still cold. Yeah. Connect cables to internal connectors. I looked everywhere else on this motherboard, and there was no other spots where that would be. Nowhere around here. Pins were not lining up at all. I thought it was FF sub 1, but it's the wrong position. This was the only one, and it doesn't have a name. Yeah, that's right. The right space. Thanks for looking out. There, chat. Does your motherboard comes with any a neat little thing to plug in the front panel? They plug into the motherboard. Those are always. I already did that. All right, chat. Plug in the last PSU. Theoretically, this is done. I could technically boot this right now, everything I have. Once this is fine. How goes the build? I'm almost finished with the actual build. Install set de resistance. True reason that started a build. AMD 9070 XT. So, my old gaming rig, still using, effectively too old now. Requires retirement. As a result, I needed a new graphics card. But current rig is last generation. So I needed a new motherboard. I got a new motherboard. I needed to get everything else. 9070 XT. Need 2 slots. Oh. I need 3. Hopefully I have just enough. Woo! Plug these in. That is correct, G Sharp. Gigabyte RX 970X Gaming OC 16G. There we go. All right. I don't need any more than 16 gigs. 16 gigs is fine. I'm not gaming more than 1440. I don't need more than 16 gigabytes of VRAM because I'm only gaming in 1440. Well, it's nice to have some extra VRAM, do more things. Not super required. Nothing else on here. Oh, shoot. Yeah. All the way back. All right, chat. There we go. What CPU am I going with? A AMD Ryzen 7 98 98. Oh gosh, well my brain is fried. 9800 X3D. All right. Gonna see if it posts. Then I'm gonna call it. Get what I need to do later. Basically, does it turn on and everything seemed to go clickety clackety? Right. Sure. I'm not gonna bother with that right now. Plug this in and away. Let's see. Pump is plugged in. Yeah. I'm gonna like go through and try to prove. Start real quick. Moment of truth, chat. Plugged in. On. Removing. Lighting up. It's alive. It's alive. So cool. See it. See it flashing a little bit. No beep. Turned on fine. All of the it's got a red VGA light. That's because nothing's plugged into it. Believe are in the clear. CPU cooler is running. I can feel the fans moving. There's no beeping signs. Well, with this, what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to kind of zip tie these together. These are just like the fans over here. Yeah. This is the most physically demanding part. The rest of this is just normal stuff. I'm letting it run for a little bit to just see what happens. So far, nothing awful is happening. I'm gonna get a bag and bag all of this. I have a bag that's new. See, if it doesn't post, you have to pull the GPU and blow on it like it's a Nintendo cartridge. There's no problem. Good. I'm just letting it run just a little bit longer because I'm trying to make sure that it is fully heated and CPU cooler is working. Seems like it is, you know. This big old bowl. I'm not connected to a monitor. First boot might take a little bit longer if the Mobo is doing its mother memory training. I mean, it's on. There's no beeping. It's good. No smoke. Right. Right. A hard shut off. Seal her up. And I'm going to call it night. All right, chat. Plug this. I need a name for it. Good night, there, Fishy. Give me 2 seconds, chat. This off to the side. Park 42, DC 102. This special weird stream of mine. Whew. Ryan's a good name. Slayer of Redeemers. The Kraken would be a. I think I should call it the Kraken. Oh. Here it is, chat. I want to. AMD is an actual straight up company in this universe of Star Citizen. It exists as a company in the universe of Star Citizen. So, how about call it the Bang Stang or the Omega? Oh, right. You're still here. You mean Alpha? Well, so the Mustang Omega was the Mustang game. It's the Mustang Omega. I'll pull it up real quickly. The Mustang Omega was a rare version. It has AMD on there. Accelerated mass design. Call it a Mega 32. That'd work. All right, chat. We'll keep this up. Let you all know. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you for watching. If you did enjoy this unusual stream of mine, as much as it's not awful, not great, but it worked. Thank you for everything y'all done. Without y'all's support, y'all watching, y'all donating, coming to my stream of subathons, we wouldn't be able to do this. I wouldn't be able to be here doing what I'm doing without your support, watching the streams, liking videos, recommending videos to other people, donating money, being a subscriber or a member, going all the way to Patreon. All of those things go so far to keeping me doing what I'm doing and keeping me able to upgrade these PC parts, which can, as we all know, can be expensive. Hopefully be able to show you off better footage, collect better footage for videos, all sorts of things. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thank you for watching. And like I say every time, see you someday.